Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our council meeting for Monday, July 7th. And I'm going to call the meeting to order and invite everyone who is able to stand and we'll sing O Canada. Now I'm going to call on Councillor Bartley to read our land acknowledgement.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. We would like to begin by acknowledging with respect that we are meeting on the traditional lands and treated territory of the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation, which includes the Chippewas of Nawash unceded First Nation and the Chippewas of Saugeen First Nation. We also recognize the Métis whose ancestors share this land and these waters. We extend our gratitude to all Anishinaabe and Métis people and their descendants, past, present, and future, who continue to care for and inhabit these lands and tend these waters.
Thank you, Councillor. And now I'll just invite you to join me in a moment of silent reflection on our business today. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest? I see none, but if it occurs to you, please bring it forward if it should occur. Announcements on our side of the horseshoe. Councillor Uhrig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wanted to announce that the Leith Summer Music Festival continues this Sunday, July 13th at 2:30 p.m. This little church in our own wonderful little Leith puts on a pretty big show. This Sunday, it's going to be the Ching dual siblings, and this is literally a globally renowned, brilliant musicians, and they're returning to Leith to perform with cello and piano. So it'd be well worth anybody checking out. So just wanted to let people know that they should check out the Leith Summer Festival online and attend on Sunday.
Great. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good afternoon, everyone. Just had a couple of announcements today. I just wanted to start with a huge note of gratitude to Nisa Cornforth and our municipal staff for an excellent Canada Day. It was just a marvelous day with lots to do, especially for families, and it was just terrific. It was unfortunate that Annan had to cancel, but that couldn't be helped with the weather. But also another congratulations to our friends out in Bognor who also had a spectacular Canada Day, and their fireworks were just outstanding. I think the best yet. A couple of announcements on behalf of Rotary. First of all, our Rotary thrift shop is a little short on donations, which is pretty unusual. We usually are the recipient of a great deal of generosity from the community, but just at this particular point in time, we're a little bit short on donations. So if anybody's inclined to clean out their closets, we would really appreciate your support. And also on Friday the 18th, which is, I know, the same day as the Freedom of the City event, but that's also the Rotary Fish Fry, and that's an annual event that's held down at the Russ Bumpstead Rotary Pavilion. Start time is 5 o'clock, and tickets are available from any Rotarian. I, of course, have some with me. They're $30 for adults and $15 for kids, and hopefully we'll see you all there. Thanks so much.
And Deputy Mayor Kootenay, if you don't mind, could you remind us of the hours that we could bring donations to the thrift center?
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. We're closed on Mondays and Tuesdays, but Wednesday from 10 until 2, Thursday from 2 until 6, Friday from 10 till 2, and 10 to 3 on Saturday.
Thank you. Anyone else on our side of the horseshoe? Okay, CIO Everett, have you got anything for us?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing I would just like to make note of, I just want to give the appreciation to our operations team with a couple of the significant rain events that we've had. They were quick to move to action, which is greatly appreciated. And then this past weekend, we had 2 water main breaks, and staff had those looked after in a very short amount of time. So want to just thank operations team and environment services for taking fast action to remedy those issues. Thank you.
Okay. I'll move on then to public participation and remind you that members of the public are encouraged to provide council with your comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with legislative services before the agenda is released, and they're limited to 10 minutes. If a member of the public wishes to make a deputation on items on the council agenda or to ask a public question of council, they may do so either in person at the chambers here or via phone or Zoom, phone or internet. Members of the public wishing to make a deputation or ask a public question must register in advance with legislative services by 10 in the morning on the day of. And you can do that by contacting clerk@meaford.ca or calling 519-538-1060. The extension number is 1100. An email with access information will be sent to those who register for remote participation. Deputations, I remind you, are limited to 5 minutes and public questions to 2 minutes. And the public can watch this meeting live via the Municipality of Meaford's YouTube channel, www.meaford.ca/YouTube. So we do have a presentation today, and I invite Johnny Mitchell of 558-183 4th Concession North, formerly the Woodford Baptist Church, to take the podium there, and we'll get somebody to turn the microphone on for you. Welcome, Johnny.
Thank you very much. So did the slides just change as I? All right. Yeah. Just the center one? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Deputy Mayor, and councilors for allowing me to speak to you today. As you may know, I am here to seek relief from the municipal and county development charges that will be due when I apply for a change of use permit to convert 558-183 4th Concession North, the former Woodford Baptist Church, from institutional to residential. Before I get into my reasoning, I wanted to state that I totally support the respective development charge bylaws. Obviously, especially since 2020, we've witnessed the increased migration of people from urban areas to smaller municipalities all over, putting more strain on services and infrastructure. As someone who's raised in Grey County and attended high school in Meaford, it has been a little surreal to see so much empty land converted to new builds. I believe 558-183 represents a particular situation that sets it apart from that growth due to its age, previous life as a gathering place for many people, and its concurrent growth with the town and county throughout the decades. There I am. As I said, I graduated from GBSS in 2003, Go Vikings, as they were known at the time. I was the valedictorian of my class, which I only mention because I'm desperate to impress you all. Further, if we're to interpret the bylaw as a means to offset growth, except for the usual period of moving away, only to discover how good I had it and moving back, I've always been here. I bought the property, this is just context, but I bought the property not to flip and definitely not as an Airbnb, which my new neighbors, who feared that's what was going to happen when it sold, were very relieved to hear. Beyond anything that happens here today, I hope you can take comfort knowing that someone from the area will watch over and protect this historic place if I'm able to. The baked-in costs of redeveloping the property are high. Due to bedrock in the ground, installing waste and water systems bear a significant cost. The reason I mention that will come into focus later in this presentation. Obviously, it's not news to this council that the church served as a gathering place for many people over many decades. I was happy to find lots of administrative documents when I took over the building, and I read them all, eager to learn more about its history. What I discovered was a joyous, lovely place of worship that hosted not just Sunday service, but youth groups, Bible study, barbecues, coffee hours, candlelight services, and so much more. Members, some from as far as Mississauga and non-members alike, were welcome. When contrasting that many folks using roads, parks, and emergency services with a single residence housing a single person, I believe that means less of a strain on infrastructure and services, not more. The church opened its doors in 1872, 2 years before Meaford was incorporated as a town, and only 20 years after the County of Grey was born. As the municipality and county grew, the church was always there, pitching in to serve its community. In my opinion, that sets it apart from an empty piece of land being developed into a new family home. As you can see, there is an exemption from development charges for affordable housing as defined by the province. That slide is not up to date, as I was able to find the number on the Ontario government's website. The bulletin was posted June 1st, 2024, listing every municipality in the province. Meaford's home ownership affordability price for a detached house is currently $341,300. At a purchase price of $280,000, I believe that means 558183 fits that criteria, but full disclosure, I only discovered this data like 2 hours ago. So that may need to be checked to see if it is applicable. And I'm not sure if the building's current designation as institutional makes it moot. What I had planned to say here is that, like many folks in my generation, I was unfortunately resigned to the fact that I would never be able to afford a home. By chance, one day, I saw the Woodford Baptist Church listed, and I immediately went after it. I was very lucky to get it. Everything had to work out just so. Despite the low cost, I'm still on a non-desirable mortgage, which I can only get out of when the use of the building is changed. For that to happen, I need to build a septic. When adding water and any construction that might need to occur to make sure everything is to code, the development charges present a significant hurdle. It may be a drop in the bucket for those who have the means to purchase a piece of land and build a home, but for me, it is pretty much the whole bucket. To sum up, I believe the age and history of 558183 4th Concession North set it apart from the usual applications of the development charge bylaws. Adding to that, I am not new to the area. Of course, I am prepared to accept the decisions and wisdom of this council, and I wanted to thank you once again for your time and letting me speak with you here today. And I hope to be the caretaker of 558183 4th Concession North for years to come and continue its 153-year mission of being a valuable part of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. And I'm sure that considering the fact that we're considering heritage matters later in the agenda today, I think a lot of people in the room are highly sympathetic to the fact that you've acquired this property and have a plan to honor its heritage value. I'm going to ask Director of Development Services, Amy Can, if she would just speak to the situation for information. Thank you, Amy.
Yes, happy to do that for you, Your Worship. So as I understand it, the conversion of the place of worship does trigger the need for a change of use permit under the building code. And so through those processes, despite this property being located in the Niagara Escarpment development control area, the development charge is triggered at that point. And so the development charges bylaw is very specific in terms of when it applies and when exemptions can take place. So as far as my reading currently, the conversion of a place of worship to a single detached dwelling does trigger development charges. However, we would be more than happy to take the question away and have a closer look at the bylaw relative to the question and get back to Mr. Mitchell if that's appropriate.
Thank you very much. Now we have a couple. I will ask, are there any public questions today? Anyone in the audience to ask a public question? Then we'll proceed with deputations, and we have two. I'm going to call on Jim Sullivan first. This is to do with Heritage Permit 05-2025, Georgian Bay Harbor Limited at 23 through 37 Trowbridge Street East. Go ahead, Mr. Sullivan.
Good afternoon, council members. More than a few people have asked me why I'm here today. They said council will give the heritage permit to this developer because they fear it'll be taken to the OLT. That's understandable. Okay. So my purpose here today is to show you all the reasons this proposal is out of character in mass and height with the objectives and principles of the Meaford Heritage Conservation District Plan, and ask you to defer this permit until a professional heritage consultant can review the permit application and offer comments to the completeness of the application and if it respects the principles and objectives of the plan, the Meaford Heritage Conservation District Plan. The official plan comments made it clear. Meaford residents want our waterfront protected, our heritage district protected. In 2014, the Council of Meaford wanted to make sure of that, and they instituted the Meaford Heritage Conservation District Plan. This council is now entrusted with protecting one of our most important assets, our waterfront and Big Head River scape. The Heritage Conservation District Plan's purpose under section 1.2, the first sentence is for the quote, care and protection of the heritage character of the district, notably the distinct location at the mouth of the Big Head River and the shore of Georgian Bay. To be clear, the developer's own heritage consultant noted at least 5 times this building is, quote, larger than any other building in the HCD, quote, singular massive structure, quote, this mass of this building is larger than any other building in the HCD. Quote, the proposed development is higher and larger in mass than adjacent buildings. Quote, the proposed development is larger and taller than most buildings in the HCD. Quote, the proposed development has a larger mass than most buildings in the HCD. Every one of those 5 is a gross understatement. It is actually almost 3 times larger than the largest building in the district. That's Harbor Condominiums. And that building zoning is restricted to 9.25 meters. It was built even before the district plan was in effect. This property location at the harbor and Big Head River is noted in at least 6 sections of the Meaford Heritage Conservation District Plan as being distinctive, that it needs to be protective, that it is called a distinguished part of the district, and is part of the principles of the plan to protect. It is noted as an important part of the plan's visual coherence. It's called a separate and distinctive space, and effort should be made to refrain from building obstructions that block the historic view. The Ontario Heritage Act is a prescriptive piece of legislation and states that the first requirement for a conservation district is a statement of objectives. Under section 1.4 of the objectives, the first line is, quote, to encourage the maintenance of a low-profile residential development within portions of the district. The areas they mention in objectives in section 1.6 includes Berry Street, the Big Head River, and Harbor. This building will tower over everything else in the district and is almost 3 times the mass of the largest building. How big is too big? Is it the same as the largest building? 1.5 times bigger? 2 times bigger? Then how many times bigger is it than Meaford Hall, than the fire hall? Where does Meaford draw the line? Some perspective about this building. A person walking along Berry Street will have an almost 3-foot concrete retaining wall beside him and be looking up 18.5 meters to the top of the building. People walking along Trowbridge Street sidewalk will be almost 2.5 meters below the first floor. Or 18, and it'll be 18 meters to the top of the building from there. Remember, Harborside condominiums is restricted to 9.25. I'm not against development. I voted enthusiastically supporting the Collingwood Street development, Station 87 redevelopment, the boutique hotel project on Sykes Street and would like to see this site developed with a proposal that meets the mass and scale of the buildings in the Heritage District. This one doesn't. And once it's built, you can't take it back. As I mentioned earlier, I'm asking you to defer this permit in professional heritage until a professional heritage consultant to ask for an expert opinion on the permit application and offer comments to the completeness of the application and if it meets the requirements of the principles and objectives of the plan. I've sent more information on an email to all of you, and I could speak a lot longer on this proposal, but I thank you for this opportunity to talk to you, and I hope to hear back from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solomon. Sorry, Mr. Sullivan. We have another speaker, Reed Barrett, and dealing with the same recommendation on our agenda today.
Right. Thank you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, Mayor Kentner, Deputy Kivney, Meaford councillors and staff. I'm Reed Barrett, longtime resident of Meaford, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak today regarding the heritage permit and this important investment in our downtown core. I watched the June 11th Heritage Advisory Committee and had multiple concerns. With the importance of the Georgian Bay shoreline and Big Head riverscape to residents, you might be thinking about the risk of underground parking on a previous floodplain, or the mass of the building being almost 3 times larger than the next building in the downtown core. Perhaps the concern could be that the massing of this building will surely overwhelm the Meaford Hall, Meaford Fire Hall, the Sykes Street commercial block. In the June 11th Heritage Advisory Committee meeting, a comment was made that it's not ideal to have a vacant lot and a building would be preferable. Should this be the case, I'd recommend that council and the municipality hold sufficient collateral and bonds, perhaps, to see the project through if the developer runs into difficulty and cannot complete it. Right now, the lot is a grassy meadow, and I think a half-completed building or an abandoned could be even worse. So I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. Mr. Barrett, sorry. Does council wish to ask any questions here, or we will be debating this going forward, so we'll just keep moving then. Moving into our consent agenda, they're just, oh, I'm sorry, questions. I did ask for public questions before, but council inquiries I've missed, so council inquiries. Do you have one? Or go ahead then, Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Mr. Freeze, and welcome, Jeff. It's good to see you. I've been receiving a few concerns about Miller Street Hill and the rather rough shape that it has deteriorated into. Now, people are getting tired of me telling them, hey, those are just speed bumps that decrease the speed. That doesn't seem to fly anymore. We had a master plan a few years ago, and Miller Street was mentioned on it. Councillor Urick has brought up that location not too long ago. Is there any, some people are asking, hey, can we just pulverize it, relay whatever is there for a short-term fix? Can you comment on what might be done with that hill?
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, currently right now there's an EA going to be started for that area, determined best move forward. We're going to continue on doing maintenance in the area as best we can. We can definitely look at options to grind and pulverize in the future, but I think at this time we'll start with the EA and then look at options to move forward with.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'll direct my question to CAO Everett today. And I just wanted to ask Mr. Everett if there are any updates at this time that you can share with the council and the public in relation to Bayshore Road. We know the project is under construction and not yet completed, and there are some challenges out there as we're well aware of from engaging with the residents. So I'll turn it over to you to share what you can at this point about Bayshore Road.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, or thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through the mayor. An update on what we've been able to do so far with Bayshore. We've been able to meet with a number of the residents on site. That has been followed up by meetings with staff. Looking at that project, one of the things that we are looking at is while we were doing Peter Cameron Park, looking at doing some additional drainage there to alleviate the drainage issues and that park being quite wet. So looking at doing that as part of the whole park redevelopment and new equipment being installed. The other pieces as far as Bayshore is taking a look at the potential of putting fog lines and a yellow line down the middle, just to see if, from a traffic calming perspective, I've talked to Mr. Freeze about having some of the traffic data collection out in advance of that work, so we can actually see whether or not the fog lines and the yellow line actually slow traffic down. So staff were committed to taking a look to see how those areas can be improved, as well as even looking at doing a pretty good forensic of that project. And that includes looking at all the infrastructure that is involved in that project that has been recently done, and looking at are there enhancements that could be made for drainage, traffic calming, making things more pedestrian friendly, and of course looking at some of the issues that were identified in particular on June the 30th during that rain event. So a lot of work being done internally to take a look at that, so we can come up with some remedies in the future. Hopefully that's helpful.
If I may, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just quickly then, so there will be a report at some point back to council with some options for moving forward with Bayshore, and I'm sure there'll be a cost to that, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
Thank you, and to you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. Yeah, definitely a report coming forward. One of the things that we'd like to do, proceed without any future reports, is actually doing some of those quick fixes, such as the lines and taking a look at potentially sodding the ditches and getting it to a point where it looks like a more finalized project. The other piece that I was remiss in mentioning is Hydro 1 is scheduled to come and do the relocation. So once Hydro 1 does those relocates for the poles, we'll have a much better idea of what things will look like in the future, but ultimately come back to council with some additional report just outlining the different costs involved in what council had talked about, maybe looking at a more of an urbanized cross section and what that would look like moving forward.
Councillor Euring.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apologies, I'll jump back one and I'll piggyback off Councillor Greenfield and Mr. Freeze. Thank you for the clarification about the EAs going on Miller Street. I guess my only question is do the EAs kind of happen in concert with Grace Island Conservation Authority? This is something that obviously I brought forward to GSEA as well, because this concern is not just ours alone. So I'm never really sure who's kind of taking the lead on this, but I would like to at least make sure that they're kind of involved in this And if we have to kind of push them to be involved, because I know they're a little bit reticent as well. So I just think we have to kind of drive that bus.
Thanks, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Jessica was in communication with Grace Obel, and they are aware that we are going to go through this process and they will be a partner. I'm not sure if there's any funding that we'll get, but yeah, they are aware.
No further questions from council? Okay, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Just one item, the recommendation that Council of the Municipality of Meaford authorize the transfer of $11,250 plus HST from the Roads Reserve to enhance the existing vegetation management contract to include an additional application of hard service vegetation in municipal sidewalks. A mover and a seconder for this. Moved by Deputy Mayor Keaveney and seconded by Councillor Greenfield. Discussion on this? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick question. I'm wondering if we have a date at this point for the first spray of the weeds. The volunteers did such an amazing job at those weeds. Boy, they've popped back up quickly. So do we know when the first spray is going to happen?
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. We just got confirmation this morning that they will be here on July the 20th, tentatively. So that's the earliest they can get here.
Great. Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I really do appreciate the intent of this item on the agenda here. I think all of us, we don't want to have weeds. We want to see beautification of every area possible in the municipality. However, after doing some research this past week, horticultural vinegar doesn't actually kill the root system of the weeds. It burns the top part of the weed, and weeds will grow back within anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks. So my concern is this is the second application we're discussing today at a tune of $11,250. And assuming the first application cost the same amount, we're basically renting a Band-Aid solution to burn the tops of weeds at a cost of around $2,000 a week or so. There really needs to be a more permanent solution if this is something that we really do want to commit to. The horticultural vinegar, while it's environmentally friendly, it's rather temporary. And I didn't know this last week, and I voted for this with the best of intentions, expecting that this was going to be a solution. But from my experience, and please correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, but this is a real temporary solution where if we did the second spray, and let's say it was today, we're only going to buy ourselves maybe 3 to 6 weeks worth of weeds, and then they're going to grow back because it doesn't kill the root system, particularly if they're perennials or they're more mature weeds. So while I really do want to support the concept of this, I just don't think I can justify taking funds for reserves that are going to go to such a temporary solution. So I would like to maybe get some staff opinion on that. But what I look here, horticultural vinegar, the effect takes 1 to 2 days. Weed regrowth starts in 2 to 3 weeks, and the overall duration of the impact is 3 to 6 weeks at best. So I just think that using limited reserve funds for a second round of cosmetic weed spraying is not being fiscally responsible with limited reserves funds, because that's $11,000 we can't use for other critical infrastructure projects. So if we do want to make this a permanent solution and really get rid of the weeds, my opinion is we need to find another solution. So based on what's being recommended here in this item, I won't be voting in favor of it, but I would like to explore a more permanent solution going forward if that is the will of council. But I look forward to everybody else's comments on that. And but I do want to give a shout out to the deputy mayor, and I do appreciate what you're trying to do. I really do. I think beautification is absolutely important. I just don't think this is the way to do it. I don't think we're getting value for our money at that price. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak, Mr. Mayor.
Does anyone on staff wish to comment on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, absolutely correct. And it was never going for a kill rate. It was the most environmentally friendly way to do business. We were aware that it was going to be multiple applications throughout the year, all depending on the growth rate of the season. Like if we have a very dry season, weeds do very, very well. Yeah, so we were aware of that. Um,
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. Now remember, I'm a butcher, not a baker. But I am a farmer and I do use Roundup. And I could spray them with Roundup and they'll still come back. There is more toxic chemicals that may do the job. Is that something you would let happen? There's where I'm going with this. Okay, if you don't want that to happen, which they're toxic. If you don't want that on our city sidewalks, then you have to do this. So I'm going to vote in favor of this. I don't, for the same reasons you're saying, I disagree. I use vinegar around my pool area, doesn't work. I use Roundup, it maybe kills them for about a month, it comes back. There is a more toxic chemical that I don't want to use, so you have to think about the alternative.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Bartley. And no, I would not be in favor of Roundup. From my research, the best solution is the old school. You got to pull the roots out. So if we have a contractor, and this is something we want to do long term, we really need to think about if there's a contractor that can actually manually pull the roots out of the ground. Again, if the Roundup is only a temporary solution, but it's not environmentally friendly, the horticultural vinegar is environmentally friendly, but it is quite a temporary solution at that, particularly for that cost. We should see if there's a contractor that can do it the old fashioned way and actually get in the ground and pull those weeds out. Once you remove the roots, you remove the weed. Of course, nothing is forever, but and I'm not a weed expert, but from my research that I've put quite a bit of work into over the past several days, that seems that is really the best method that is environmentally friendly, but is also has a much long lasting impact. I don't know how much it would cost to have a contract to do that versus the other stuff. That would be something that staff would have to present if that's what council's wishing to look at. Yeah, I appreciate the feedback, but no, I don't think Roundup would be a solution for that. I don't want to do that.
I think I'll go to the Deputy Mayor and then to CAO.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Councillor Porter. I appreciate you bringing your opinions forward. Very valuable. If I think about what has happened thus far this year with our volunteers who were out over the past month and 6 weeks and, pulling weeds in many locations, and already they're back. So I do like the thought of exploring other options, although I think the commercial vinegar is what we have used in the past, and I think most communities do use that product. So my suggestion would be that we go forward this year with the plan. Mr. Freeze just spoke to the fact that he does have a company engaged who are going to do this work on the 20th of July, and we'll come back end of August or thereabouts. So I suggest we go forward with that this year and utilize then the opportunity to explore other options, because that would be a budget consideration perhaps if we were going to hire somebody to to go around town with a weed whacker and other tools to remove our weeds. I think that's going to be a more expensive solution that needs to be considered at budget time. But again, I suggest we do this year and then allow staff to present some other options to us for the 26 budget.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Yes, I seconded this motion. I do think right now the horticultural vinegar is it's working to a degree. No, it's not Roundup, it's not atrazine, but I think maybe one of the problems with the horticultural vinegar is that weeds are smart. They learn to adapt. They develop resistance, and although the vinegar has been effective, I think that's part of the problem. They are not easy to control, but I really think let's do this for this year. Leave it with staff. Let them do some research. If we have to hit harder, I hope that's not the situation, but certainly our volunteers have done a wonderful job. Let's get through 2025 and see if we can come up with something a little more conclusive for next year and in the future.
Over to you, CAO Everett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I think looking at this, I think definitely putting a business case together of how council would like to see the level of service either continue or be enhanced. I think my experience is the commercial vinegar can work pretty effectively. However, it really does need to be accented by and what I would suggest staff doing the weed whipping on a regular basis. Even when you spray the commercial vinegar, you still have to do weed whipping, or else you're basically going to have dead weeds laying there brown that need to be removed. So I think considering the resources that would be required and the time, it's a little bit unique being on in around the downtown core of what hours you can get in there. But I think between the application, staff prioritizing, having council prioritize that area, as well as engaging the volunteer base, those three elements could see the most effective way of seeing the downtown core being more proactively maintained. So just some thoughts. I think it's something in 2026 budget we need to really consider because I think council needs to have that fulsome information of the cost and resources and what potential partnerships are available to do a proactive maintenance on that area. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Did you get the numbers there? Did you need them?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think when there are members of the council voting against or not raising their hands for the floor, I would appreciate if we could just do a vote against and
Can I see the hands up of those against? Okay, thank you. The next item, be resolved that bylaw 2025-37 being a bylaw to amend zoning bylaw 60/2009 pertaining to lands known municipally as 278 Cook Street be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover and a seconder for this, Councillor Uhrig and Councillor Forder. Thank you. Any discussion? We've had a public meeting and lots of discussion of this. If you're ready, I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Next, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve heritage permit Heritage 05-2025 Georgian Bay Harbor Limited, 23 and 37 Trowbridge Street East, with the following condition: that the development be substantially in design and scale to the site plan drawings dated September 19, 2024. A mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Forder, seconded by Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Discussion on this motion. Councillor Forder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Just wanted to read something that I wrote about this. So as the chair of the Heritage Advisory Committee, I did support the initial recommendation to approve the heritage permit for 2337 Trowbridge Street East, based on the information we had available at the time. However, since then, I've reviewed additional details and concerns, including public input and further analysis of the Heritage Conservation District Plan. I now believe that a recommendation may have been premature and that more careful consideration is warranted. I do feel it's important we take the time to ensure this development reflects the heritage character of the area and aligns with what the municipality still has the authority to influence. So I just wanted to kick it off with that, and I look forward to some good discussion with regards to this item. Thank you.
Can I just get a moment of direction from the clerk? I have a member of staff at the podium and I have questions coming from council. Should I give preference to the staff member at this point?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think my understanding is that I believe Ms. McCarl is just available if there are questions.
Oh, fine.
So I think
Okay.
we're good to proceed how you wish. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And my question at this point really regards the process. I'm going to suggest or ask our CAO if it is possible for delegated authority on this particular file to be returned to council so that we can request additional information that would include public consultation, because we're well aware that this is not a popular project. And speaking from my own chair, I'm not keen on the mass of this particular proposal either. And I think we need to better understand, considering the location of the project and the floodplain that it's to be built on, and understanding that they wish to dig down perhaps deeper than the lake bed or the riverbed, what those particular impacts could be. And we also need to hear from the Conservation Authority to understand where they stand in relation to that underground parking that is proposed. So again, I will first of all ask the CIO if he can speak to the process that's involved here, and how we might get from where we are with this report to a position of council having delegated authority, so that we can have public consultation and then reconsider where we are with this particular permit.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, I do, we have confirmed that through the delegated authorities by law, staff does have the delegated authority to bring this recommendation forward. However, I did have a discussion with Amy in regards to whether or not there was that potential. So I'd probably pass it on to Ms. Can to be able to provide that additional information. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. I may defer to Denise to answer some of the technical process questions that occur here at the municipality. But I can confirm, by virtue of this being on your agenda, this proposal application is not subject to delegation. So it did go before the Heritage Advisory Committee and is before council today for the purposes of making a decision. So there is no delegation in this circumstance. There is an opportunity for delegation for heritage permits for minor permitting situations. So again, I'd be happy to defer to Denise on any further questions relating to the technical aspects of this application. But this report is before council today for the purposes of making a decision.
Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I have to apologize because Grace Harbor Conservation Authority board meeting actually was on hiatus in June. So we didn't actually have an opportunity to discuss this, but so I'm going to ask whether you actually heard from GSCA staff regarding this issue, and where they kind of stand with it. Obviously, I can see there being grave concerns being 2 stories down in the floodplain. We only have to look at Texas to see where things can go really south with water. So I'd be very curious to see what, if anything's been said there.
Thank you, through you, your worship. So I think there are 2 issues here, and if we could please separate them, I think it would be really helpful to council to be able to separate the 2 things. And the things I'm seeing are the issues of the development generally. So those are the site plan related matters. Maybe that's what you're speaking about when you're talking about delegated approval. I would like a point of clarification there. So those items, to the councillor's question, are being considered, things like the underground parking and some of the other technical aspects of the development through the site plan control process. And the Conservation Authority is involved in that. They have provided their preliminary comments or their first round comments. A permit from the Conservation Authority is required before they'd be able to build this building. So there's kind of a few different processes. There's their permit process, and then there's the site plan review process as well. So we're in the middle of the site plan review process. And I might even just take a step back and just do a quick overview if that would help. But normally with a site plan approval and a heritage permit situation, we're in the conservation district, or if there was just a designated property, we would try to sync these 2 things up, which we are doing in this case. So a site plan application came before the municipality in the fall this year, so 2024, I should say this year, last year. And that's going through the process of the technical review. And as council will probably remember, back in 2022, the province took the ability of the councils to review and approve site plan away and gave it, council was required to designate somebody. And it's not a delegation of your authority. It's actually an officer or a person on staff that actually does the approval. So in this case, it's the Director of Development Services. Because of that, it has been going through that internal process, but we want to make sure that the heritage matters are synced up well with the site plan approval. So what we've done is we've kind of brought both things along through the process. And in May, we were able to deem the heritage application complete enough to take, certainly complete in the normal terms, bring it to the Heritage Committee for consideration so they could make their recommendations to council. And the site plan, to go back to that a little bit, is going through the process. It's had a first round of comments and the applicant has provided their response to addressing concerns. And those items are now going through the review of staff and our engineer and the Conservation Authority. So that process is not finished yet, but we at this stage don't expect the general design or the footprint of the building to change at all. So if it did, the way that this recommendation is structured, if it significantly changed in any way, then it would need it would need another heritage permit because it would be too different for that heritage permit to stand based on the condition that staff had put together. Does that help to kind of separate the two issues? Because I think there's the bigger issue of the overall development that I know lots of folks are really interested in. Those are things about the underground parking, some of the green space issues around the site, access and things like that. And I can speak to some of those if council wishes, but they are separate from the decision that you're being asked to make today. In speaking with our director, we've come up with some comments on things that council could do with your decision today and how you might make a change to what we've proposed is the recommendation. And I'm happy to go through some options for you as well if you have other questions. Does that help to the councilor's question? Is there any other follow-up to that?
Deputy Mayor, and
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for that explanation, Denise. So I would like to hear the options that you alluded to, and I have one more question. And we don't know how this vote's going to go yet, but for argument's sake, if council does not support the recommendation today with the heritage permit before us, what impact does that have on the approval process for this project?
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Chair. So there certainly could be revisions to the heritage permit. So the heritage permit could require some conditions applied that would require them to make a change in some way. Council has 90 days to make a decision on this application, and I've given that timeline to you in the report. So you have 3 options, and within those options, there's some other things that we could consider. So you have the ability to give out the permit as just give the permit. Give one with conditions, so you can have different terms and conditions that you attach, or you have to give notice that you're refusing. Those are the 3 options that you have to do before the expiry of the 90-day period. And it's the same with other things that there's that period. However, in this particular case, under the Heritage Act, if you don't make one of those decisions, then it's deemed approved. So it isn't like in a zoning matter where there's just no decision and now the applicant go to the OLT and appeal the non-decision of council. You do need to make one of those 3 options. The fourth option, which I don't want to give too much away because I would really like to hear more about what council's thoughts are in this case, rather than giving you an option to change to a 4th thing. But one of the things I came up with was we've done this before in other ones in other municipalities, is that between the municipality and the applicant, you can agree to extending this 90-day timeline, but it has to be an agreement. So the applicant can say, no, we're not interested in that. But what I'm proposing is we have 2 weeks before you'd need to render a decision. So my thought is if you wanted to ask for more information in that time, or if you would like to ask the applicant if they'd be interested in extending a timeline for some specific purpose, and I'd need you to tell me what that purpose is, we could go to them and ask and bring back something further in 2 weeks on the 21st. And I think that's sort of the fourth option between those three options I gave you. And then there's the fourth option of perhaps getting some additional information or extending the time frame if the applicant agreed, because they are going through their site plan process. It's not finished. So there is a little bit more time if you needed to get some more information from the applicant. An example might be a peer review of their study or maybe a different rendering or a bit more information about what they're proposing. But we really do need to be very clear about what it is, and it should have an expiry, a further expiry. So if it's not 90 days, then it's another 60 days or something like that. And I'm prepared to take that ask if it was something that council would like to consider. What I would ask from you, though, is to really allow the discussion to still unfold so that we have lots of information to be able to take away with us, if that's fair.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So this is it's a big deal, this whole proposal. One of the things that this council has had to, and I'm going to use the word endure, is that when, and it's not against this particular developer at all, it's the system. And if council said something about it, they just go down to LPAT and Toronto makes a decision and we get it, whether we want it or whether we don't. That might be a bit of a defeatist comment, but it is quite, it's tough on us that have to listen to good comments from people who really do care. So this afternoon, we have been told that it's about the word heritage and in the heritage district. So the tough one for me is a brand spanking new building. New building, we've got a library with gray vertical boards. Across the corner, you've got horizontal, baby blue siding. And so a new building, to look consistent, this developer could say, I could do like the library, I could do like that, I could do a combination of that, and it still might not be what folks want to look at. My concern is about this wall. I don't think we have another wall of this height anywhere. Now, what the wall will likely be used for is some very graphic depictions by folks with some spray cans, and it'll be really interesting to see what is on their mind. However, I think I'd like to see the height of that wall be reduced. Maybe architects, maybe engineers, maybe people who are behind this with their money, maybe they all say, no, a wall is exactly what we want. But I think one of the things that folks are going to look at is a wall. And I think I'd like to see if we could suggest that we could send it back to have it modified. Okay.
Ms. McCarroll.
Thank you, Your Worship. Could I ask for a point of clarification on what wall? Is it the wall that's adjacent to Berry Street or the Berry Street Road Allowance? So the one thing I just wanted to note there is that because of the two-zone flood area, the applicant is required to develop their building with no openings along that area. So that's why there is that wall, because they can't have windows or doors there. But what I think could be considered is, and in the previous version where there was a much higher wall on the corner when it included the third property, the one where the restaurant is, the wall was actually even higher. So one of the things that they worked on was just to create a break in terms of the look of it. So it didn't just have brick. So if that's something that you would like to see, a break in the type of facade treatment or something else like that would be a consideration that we could take back to the developer.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kettner. And I don't mean to do this by putting Councillor on question, from the Heritage Committee. So you on the Heritage Committee seen drawings of what they're doing and have approved this? And now the Heritage Committee's taken that back? Is that what you're saying? Because I'm not on the Heritage Committee, so I'm only going to approve it on advice from the Heritage Committee. But now I see that it's changing, so I can. Do we get a chance to look at what this building looks like? I haven't seen anything from, well, 3 years ago I seen something. And if this developer had done the previous development, I would have something to compare it to, how they did this development. I have nothing. But I have to make my yay or nay on the heritage permit on the advice of the Heritage Committee. So I need to know a firm answer which way they're going on that first.
I think, I'll let you speak, but I think you can only speak for yourself. I don't think you can speak for the committee, so.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And that is correct. I'm not speaking on behalf of the committee. I'm speaking on behalf of myself as the chair of the committee. There is renderings that are attached to the report that's in the agenda. There's not many of them, unfortunately. So I'm just looking at right here. It's actually, if I can back up a step. Bear with me here. So heritage permit. So there is a link in the in this item here. I'm just trying to find exactly where it is. There is a link as it makes reference to the last what was presented at the last heritage meeting. And so if you click on that, that'll bring you to the heritage permit documentation that has the it has the top map, and it also has a site rendering looking southwest, which is on Trowbridge Street. But I don't think there are any more renderings. So we did have fairly limited information with regards to the look and the aesthetics. And in hindsight, that's something that we should have asked for more of, which is part of the reason why I made my statement when we kicked off this particular item. So I haven't heard from anybody else in the Heritage Committee, so I don't know if anybody else has changed their mind, but I've been spending a fair amount of time talking to residents and people who have quite a bit more knowledge than I do in heritage matters. And with that new information, yeah, I do feel that our recommendation was premature. And if we could do it over again, I don't know if we would have passed the recommendation on to council. So that's a teaching moment for us. So hopefully that answers your question, Steve, but we do have very limited information in terms of what the project will look like as far as what we've been presented, just basically the one rendering.
Ms. McCall?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just wondering, can council confirm that they have access to, there's a link for Appendix 1. So that was all of the renderings. It's 17 pages of rendering. So I just want to make sure that you have access to that. So in the report on page 3, there's the current permit the heritage permit application, and then it has 4 links. So the first one is the report. And for some reason, in the old report the report from last month in June, the way that the agenda got created, the appendices were all separated. So I had to give you separate links. So Appendix 1 is the architectural drawings. Do you have access to that? Okay. It is a large file, so sometimes it takes a little while to flip from page to page.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In my mind, as Denise shared with us the option of a 4th recommendation, I would like to give consideration to that, to buy us a little bit more time and to request additional information. I know you're looking for specifics, but certainly the additional information from Grace Sobel. And also, I don't know how you do this, but can you somehow work into the site plan agreement some guarantees of completion? Because I think we're concerned, particularly with the location of this, that we don't want to see a building that is left half done or undone. And I don't know at this point if you can work in some additional public consultation because there is a lot of concern about this particular build, and I'd like that to be considered. I know we have 17 pages of renderings, but I'd still like to see more if they're available. And at this late date, I don't know if there can be any consideration given to the density of this project, but certainly, you know, the mass and the density are the biggest concerns, recognizing how it's going to overpower our downtown. So Denise, can any of that be worked into a fourth recommendation that can bring this back to us in 2 weeks for reconsideration?
So through you, Mr. Chair, so I would suggest mostly no, but I think some of the information could be provided to council. I think they would be two separate things. So the heritage permit before you is about the look and feel of the project. It's not about the underground parking and the floodplain matters or any of that. Those things are considered separately through the site plan. I do think there are mechanisms within the site plan to the deputy mayor's concerns and points that are definitely things that we have been contemplating how to best resolve ourselves. So in any development, there's always the risk that someone could start a project and not finish it. So those types of things are built into the site plan agreement for sure. And I can totally understand the question. One of the things that happens in the site plan agreement, there are the words that kind of protect the municipality, but then there's also securities that we take for projects to make sure that if something happens, the municipality can make sure things are safe, that our infrastructure is protected and all of those things. So I think those are separate, but I totally understand the question. In terms of public consultation, I don't think there's any additional ability for the site plan to do public consultation. I think that's really the direction the province went when it changed the process to make it more of an internal review, which is looking mainly at the technical design components, the pipes, the concrete, and all of those things, making sure that those technical things are dealt with through the engineering review. However, if it is on additional drawings and things, if you could give a little bit more clarity about what types of drawings you'd like, I think those are definitely things that we could ask about. And so I'd be really happy to take that back to the applicant and see, they may even have some of those already. So I'm looking at the ones that are in the Cultural Heritage Impact Study, and they're a little bit different. So I know it's a lot of material for you to go through, so I can really appreciate that. The Cultural Heritage Impact Study had some different drawings in it as well, but it's definitely a lot of links and things to review. If it means that this just happened very quickly for council because you had lots of things to look about and you've been answering to the public and things like that, maybe the extra 2 weeks would even allow you time to digest the 3 links of materials as it was, because maybe having them be the way that they were, you know, shown on the report as links versus attachments may have created a little bit of confusion there. And I just want to make sure you've all had time to really digest it. So there's that. But if there's other types of views that you would like, I know one of the drawings shows a comparison of the building towards the library, showing the stepping and all of that. But if there's things like that you're looking for, I think that that is a really important type of ask that you could make a suggestion and we could go back and ask for some more time and ask the developer if they have any ability to create some drawings.
I'm going to, I think, Councillor Greenfield next, and then Councillor Yerrick.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks Denise and to the planning department for doing considerable work on this proposal. I guess I will start by saying, and I want to thank Councillor Florida for coming forward and saying that he has some afterthoughts and some different opinions from what might have previously been illustrated. I'll try not to go on all afternoon, your worship. Don't let me. There's just nothing about this building that is reasonable. There are absolutely no heritage features about it. It is huge. It is, I think what really one of the things that really worries me, besides being on a floodplain, it's, if this is approved, if this is built, it's a precedent setting construction. The Heritage Committee 3 or 4 years ago, and Mr. Sullivan will contest to this, had a delegation from a developer that wanted to build something like this across from Meaford Hall on Nelson Street. And I can just see, if this one goes ahead, those good folks are likely going to be immediately back. This is the first domino. This is the first block that's going to fall. And we're talking about downtown Meaford that started basically in the 1840s, almost 200 years ago, and hasn't changed a heck of a lot. Okay, as far as the library is concerned, we were told the library is an institutional building and therefore can't be under the heritage permits. And that's why it got renovated the way it was. I go back to the building that was there before the library was there. And I'm proud to say that I have between 90 and 95 artifacts from that building at home, stored away in a storage shed. And I'm proud of them. I'm going to keep them there because that was the Paul's house, the Paul's Hotel. And that was downtown Meaford. As I said, there's just so much wrong with this. I had an opportunity this morning to take a little drive down the Berry Street road allowance. Counted 9 fisher people, 8 men and one child, maybe about 10, 11 years old, fishing in the river. On the immediately the north side of the river, there was a family of 14 Canada geese, male, female, and fairly big juniors. On the other side of the river, there was about the same number. That's the heritage. That's downtown Meaford. My question is, aside from the floodplain, that really bothers me. Well, I have 2. First of all, refer to the floodplain. If this development goes ahead, and if that river self-dams at the 90-degree bend, which it does, to a degree every spring, and if the high hole we send down there for some reason can't dig out that jam, the river floods, and doesn't happen much anymore. But how many floods have we had in Texas that have killed 80 people? Right? Floods do happen. So if we approve this, are we on the hook for the liability there? Is Grace Alvo going to be on the hook for that, for approving it? That's one question. The other thing is, in your report, it says with terms and conditions attached. Realistically, Denise, what can we do to change the looks and the size of this building? I mean, we can throw out 100 suggestions. If the developer goes for few or none of this, we're going to end up with what's proposed. I want to give the developer some credit. This idea of the step downs towards the library, I like that. I approve of that. They have given up quite a few residential units with those step downs, so they've made allowances. As far as the height's concerned, I can go with the 5 stories. In 1900, about a block and a half away, we had a building down at the harbor that was 75 feet high, over 7 stories. So that was the grain elevators. This is not an exceptional height for a building, but the design, the fact that the commercial space is tucked down underneath everything with no parking, okay, I've said enough, Your Worship. I think people might get the idea that, hey, I don't like this. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak at this point? Councillor Urick?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Denise. I'm glad you kind of gave the 4 options, and my questions are a little more nuts and bolts. So the third option is if we were to say no, this isn't a zoning issue, this is a heritage permit. Does this still give them the opportunity to just go back to the OLT, override us, and off they go? And if that's the case, then that puts a rock in a hard place. Mr. Sullivan made the suggestion about getting a professional heritage consultant opinion, which seems to make sense to me. Of course, timing is of the concern here. But it seems to me that if this was going to happen, that we said no, and it bounces back to the OLT, and we know where they're going these days. They're pushing density everywhere. So the only thing that to me gives us any gravitas or kind of currency against something like that would be to have a professional opinion that we could go to the OLT and counter with. So do we have time to do that if we say no? And again, when would it go to the OLT? So in terms of buying time of 2 weeks, that's really not going to get us much. But if this kicks back to the OLT, now how much time are we talking about? And where we then get a chance to prepare for some kind of presentation there to defend our concerns?
Through you, your worship. So there isn't a rush if you want to put a condition. So if you were willing to approve the permit with a condition that they have a satisfactory peer review, that doesn't put any issue with related to the timing. So it would be, they could still appeal that, however, because they can appeal any of the options. So if that makes you feel a little more comfortable, that's one of the options that you have before you, is to add a condition, something like that. However, I think I just want to make sure council knows what they're willing to support. So we just have to remember that it's in the C1 zone. It's in that area where we kind of expect the buildings to be large. The heritage permit process really can't reduce the height that was already given because the Heritage Conservation District plan defers to the zoning bylaw in this regard for side streets. On Sykes Street, it generally limits it to 3 stories, but on the side streets, it limits it to what's in the zoning bylaw itself. So I think to give a level of comfort to council, if you were interested in providing some feedback to the applicant now, we could see if there's an ability to get an extension of time. And if not, you could render a decision and still add a condition, something like a peer review or something like that, or additional renderings, other things in your next decision on, say, the 21st. But I think if you know that you're not willing to support it, if you're not feeling that that's what you want to do, then I don't know that that will gain anything. So I really want to just encourage that discussion.
Councillor Bartley is next, and then Deputy Mayor and Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. And just for clarification, I've been looking at all the drawings and I looked at them before. This huge wall, is that just between the library and the building, only on that side? This huge wall we're talking about? Because every other rendition, it's maybe an 8-foot wall. We were talking much higher than that earlier. I don't see this huge wall that we were concerned about earlier.
Your worship, I think it's the underground part of the wall around the underground parking, and perhaps the Councillor Bell can clarify.
That one shows kind of a wall. Riverside. Yeah, it's coming down.
Apologize, I don't see anything that's really out of place.
Go ahead, and then Councillor Bell.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. So I understand what you're saying, Denise, in terms of buying ourselves 2 weeks. Does that really make a big difference or not? It's just, I think that we all feel we need some additional information on this. I mean, it's a small thing, but in the Cultural Heritage Impact Study on pages 71 and 83, it shows the building all in white. And then you just had up on the screen there and it showed it with brick and color and so on. So that's one thing we need clarity on, is really what are the exterior materials that they are considering using. If we look at our library, I understood at the time that the siding was chosen because it was supposed to look like barn board. So, you know, just exactly what is it that they're proposing on the exterior? And my second question for you at this point is, through the site plan process, I think our biggest hope, honestly, is that when Grace Abel comments on that, that they will then come back with a hammer and say it just doesn't work for them in terms of the floodplain. So is there any likelihood of that?
Through your worship. So the first question was about the materials. It's mostly that red brick that you see in the drawings that were provided as the Appendix 1. I believe the ones that show in white are sort of an alternative version, but it is the red brick, which is the main facade material that's shown, or the predominant color. That color was chosen based on feedback from the Heritage Committee. Originally, the first proposal that you'll remember, and certainly Councillor Greenfield alluded to it when the applicant did a pre-consultation with the Heritage Committee a few years back, and Mr. Mayor will probably remember that as well. There was previous renditions. When the applicant brought their agent to that meeting and pre-consulted, some of the feedback was that they would prefer some more materials that looked like some of the other materials of the downtown area. So they added that brick. That would be a requirement. So for example, if you wanted to ensure that the brick is used, that could be one of the terms that are added to the permit. So I think it's a really good example of something that would be added. We've done that in other ones where we said they had to put brick back and it had to be similar to the previous on something like an addition. To your other point about whether or not we know the timing of the Conservation Authority's comments or their concerns being addressed, I don't actually know that. They have a different process from us in that if something doesn't meet what staff would issue a permit for, then it would go to their board. So I don't know where that is in the process, but I think being that that's a separate issue, I think it's a good question that we could maybe provide follow-up information just generally where the file is with some of the other agencies. If it's okay with council that we separate those two things, perhaps just an information report on how things are going with the site plan is something that we could do just as part of our review, just to keep council apprised so that you can have that level of understanding of the project. Does that seem to address that part of it?
Tony, did you have a question? Yes, and then Councillor Uri.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So if I was to talk about tree canopy, is that site plan? Or is that something we could say because this council is a strategic priority, we wanted to know about our tree canopy? And this is really naked. Would we suggest that more mature trees along the area? Could we say, look into architectural features that would incorporate greenery?
Yeah, so to the councillor's question through you, your worship, I think there is some greenery to be added through the site plan around the site. And then there's some expected enhancements along Berry Street, especially where the pedestrian pathway goes from Sykes Street down behind the library where the retaining wall is. And that's part of the things that will be contributed to as part of this development through the site plan. So they're required to help to facilitate a better pedestrian connection there. And I think greening that with a little bit more plant material that we can monitor versus just, I think what's there now is just whatever is grown there on its own. The site itself is respecting the setbacks of that C1 zone and the zone that it has. So it doesn't have a lot of space for greenery within the box of the site, but they have a landscape plan to put some greenery around it. But I do think those are probably more of the site plan related matters. And it's certainly something we looked at when we were doing some of our comments through the site plan.
Councillor Yorick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to comment, Denise, your point about GSEA, whether they end up taking it back to the board, our next board meeting is not even until the 23rd, so it's going to be following the council meeting anyway. So if it did come to that, that would be too late. And we have a hearing that day as well, so I'm not even sure whether we're going to be getting much of a board meeting in. I could certainly follow up with CAO and see whether or not, not applying pressure, but just asking where they are with that request, and just to see whether or not there's any scheduled comments coming on that. But you can't count on a board meeting coming anytime before our next council meeting.
It is frustrating to be in the position of trying to, or being expected to approve something that you don't think is technically going to be successful. In the event of a flood, it will be devastating. So, and we just seen in Texas, you know, when a river rises 8 meters in an hour, you can imagine the kind of problem that would ensue with the 2 underground floors of parking that are beneath, at least that begin under the level of both the bed of Georgian Bay and the bed of the Big Head River. At any rate, we need to make a decision here, and I wonder, I'd like to hear some proposals for perhaps adding a condition or two, or if you want to modify the condition that is here, or if you agree with it. I just need some suggestions. Councillor Forder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you, I'd just like to see if council on the table would be receptive to having the impact report peer reviewed by a heritage expert as per Mr. Sullivan's recommendation. I think that would be extremely helpful to get those insights.
So that would be, do you want to make that a motion?
Sure, yes, I can make a motion.
That help you, clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess in understanding this dynamic, and my apologies, I think probably some of the better experts will be more helpful in this, but through that request, it would seem that maybe council's directing staff to request that the applicant agrees that we do refer this back to see about an extension with the applicant. So by asking for a peer review, the motion would maybe include that. The other element of this that Director Can has noted is perhaps, is there an opportunity to refer this back to the Heritage Advisory Committee with that peer review at that level, rather than bringing that back directly to council, and just the dynamic of that. So a couple of things at play, but I think as Denise had highlighted, understanding that there are 4 options. So if council does want to proceed with the extension request for specific purposes to be able to receive a peer review, I think that's sort of the starting point of that. If that makes sense as the next steps for the motion that maybe Councillor Forder's proposing.
Any input from anyone? Okay, so could we hear a motion along those lines? We'll be patient.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. Some wording that we've been working on perhaps, and again, the element of where this peer review comes back, I think might be a subject of council's discussion, but that council directs staff to request that the applicant consent to an extension to the prescribed Ontario Heritage Act timeline in order to facilitate additional discussion on peer reviewed documents or additional renderings, the type of reason that council has been discussing for your decision.
That's moved by Councillor Forder. Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Greenfield. Does everybody understand that motion? Sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, just one question. I just want to be sure, Margaret, that that motion is inclusive of comments from Grace Level Conservation Authority. When we talk about the peer review comments, I just think that's really important that they have opportunity to add their 2 cents, so to speak.
And I thought I heard you say, Ms. McCarl, that that is part of another part of the process and not the part that we're really dealing with.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Correct. I don't think that the Conservation Authority's review includes any of the heritage impact or matters at all. They're just looking at flood-related matters. So that's part of the site plan review, which we're working on as a separate application.
Does that work for you? Do you understand?
But I think if, sorry to interrupt, I apologize, Your Worship. What I had suggested, and you can let me know if this is something you want, which is that we come back with more information about where that process is, which is completely separate from the heritage permit.
Okay.
Does that work?
That would work if you know what I'm going to suggest? I'm going to suggest that we call a recess and give our clerk and our development chair an opportunity to craft something here that we can come back and vote on. And I think that would maybe be in line 90 minutes into this meeting. So Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner, and I appreciate what you're doing. I think that's the direction we should go. I would just like one more clarification, if I could. Please help me out. I'm looking at all the drawings on page 2 of the 17. It shows there is a roadway behind on the water. You go 3 pages down, there's no roadway. Is there a roadway or is there not a roadway?
To you, Your Worship, there is a roadway. It's what's known as Berry Street.
Yeah.
It's not a normal street anymore, but people do occasionally drive on it to go fishing or to get to some of those units that are there. It is remaining. And what I'm seeing when I look at that drawing is that they're showing kind of an extra layer of landscaping that kind of obscures it. It's not changing. So the municipal lands will not change other than if we want them to change. So one of the things that the developer has proposed, because we've asked them to, is to contribute to some improvements for pedestrian use along there. So we won't be closing Berry or giving it to the developer or anything like that.
Thank you. That's what I want to know. Because in this picture, the trees are touching the building and the trees are touching the shore. There is no roadway, so that it must be a misinterpretation of that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to suggest a recess to 2:45, and we will come back and we'll have a motion to look at. Thank you very much. Okay. I'm going to call us back to order now. It is 2:50 PM and I apologize. It took us 5 minutes longer than I thought it would, but it is definitely worth the wait. So I'm going to call on Director Can to give us some sort of um, background or setting for our next move here.
Thank you, Your Worship. So on the break, staff went away to discuss those three options that we had presented to council in the staff recommendation report. As a reminder, those were to refuse the proposal, to approve the proposal as written, or to approve the proposal subject to conditions. And so we have devised sort of a plan that we would put forward as a fresh recommendation if it's council's wish, to see if we can't sort of reach a happy medium between not outright refusing the proposal that the applicant has put forward, but allow council some additional time to do some deliberating privately, and also to give staff the opportunity to bring back some very specific recommended conditions for you if it is council's wish to go down the path of approval with those conditions. So I believe the clerk does have prepared I'm going to read it there.
And this is technology proving to be valuable for a change. And my thanks. And my thanks to staff for helping us out with this decision.
Thank you. And with your worship's indulgence, I might read for the viewers because I'm not sure it will be very clear on the screen if that's helpful.
Please do.
So that the motion be replaced with, that the motion be deferred until the council meeting scheduled for July 21st, 2025 to enable staff to review feedback from council and provide potential conditions for a provisional approval option.
Okay, everybody hear that and understand it? Councillor Greenfield, you have a question or?
If I may, thanks, Your Worship. Thanks, Ms. Wilton, Sigel, and Ms. Can. As far as council providing feedback, how do you propose we do that? Is this by email, or is this a one-on-one coming in and talking to staff, or what would be your suggestion?
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield, and through you, Your Worship. We certainly have heard good conversation here at the dais today, and we're happy to take back what we've heard so far to discuss internally. If it is the wish of council to discuss further and with regard to specifics of the way that the building looks, fenestration, window design, treatments, brick versus cladding, those types of things. Again, we're happy to hear all those things so we have the information we need, but at this point we're happy and believe we can take back the information to create some possible conditions that you might entertain if the provisional approval option is what you'd like to choose. So
Deputy Mayor, do you wish to speak?
Thank you. And Margaret may tell me this isn't really connected with the motion, so I'm going to watch you, Margaret. I just wanted to ask a question for clarity because the discussion came up during the break regarding the 90 days, the time frame connected to the permit application. And I wonder if I could ask Director Can just to really kind of clarify when that started. And I know it states in the report that ends July 21st, but can you just speak to exactly what triggered the beginning of that 90 days?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, and through you, Your Worship. I may defer to Planner McCarl on that with regard to the specifics, but the same as with the Planning Act, the clock for that 90-day starts when we receive a complete application. So there's a series of prescribed steps that we have to go through when we process applications like these. And so that clock in this context, the 90 days starts with a complete application.
No,
I was going to say, Your Worship, I don't have anything else to add specifically. There, I believe the date of complete application is in the report. I want to say it's May something. I don't have the report in front of me now because I left it back there. Okay, perfect.
I know not everybody agrees with that definition of when the 90 days is up, but we're in a process here, and I think I need to stick to my agenda.
I was going to say, Your Worship, I can clarify, we did seek a legal opinion about when we would deem something complete, if staff are able to do that, if it needs to come to council, and ask if our process was sound, which is that staff deems it complete and processes applications. That's the same with all applications. It's standard, and the legal opinion we received was that it was a sound approach.
Thank you. Okay, so we need someone to move this motion if it satisfies council. Yes, can we see it again, Margaret? Thank you. And I'm assuming that we need someone to move it and second it. So I think I can read that from here, that the motion be replaced with that the motion be deferred until the council meeting scheduled for July 21st, is that 2025, to enable staff to review feedback from council and provide potential conditions for a provisional approval option. Are you moving that, Councillor Forder? Thank you. A seconder? Councillor Bell, thank you. Any discussion? I think we've had it all. All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. And thank you again, staff, for your guidance and help on that. Next on the agenda, the recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford direct staff to negotiate with the organizers of Christmas on the Bay to develop a memorandum of understanding outlining the terms, conditions, roles, and responsibilities of each party to the memorandum of understanding, including the defined level of municipal support for the 2025 and 2026 events. A mover and a seconder, Councillor Uhrig, Councillor Forder. Discussion on this? Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So in the report, there's a comment in there about missing banners, and the cost of the banners is $2,000. What, who designed them? Who actually owns them? Was it a partnership between the municipality and Christmas on the Bay personnel? And if they were, I just need to know who owned these banners that have gone missing.
Maybe if you just give your name and we need your microphone on too.
Through your worship to Councillor Bell, Kimberly Rogers, President of Christmas on the Bay. We own them, gave them to the municipality to be put up. And then when they were taken down, they went missing. So the municipality has kept them and are unable to find them at this point. I think they found 4 of them, but they're in no condition to put back up. And just for clarification, the actual cost of the banners is only $1,212, not $2,000. And that's just through our company that we order through InDesign.
Thank you for your help on that. I'm going to go with Councillor Uhrig first and come back.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of questions on the financial impact. Maybe CAO could give me a little guidance. A couple of things. One, I wanted to ask about the winter planters. And full disclosure, I was involved in the organization in the past. I'm no longer, but I was there. So I'm kind of privy to kind of what they do and their kind of financial situation. So the winter planter says $600 plus installation, removal, $50 an hour, so $2, 2 hours, $100. I don't believe COTB asked for those specifically for their event. Again, this is going to fall under the umbrella. I'm going to bring up, of course, more of an ECDEV tourism aspect where we talk about long-term kind of beautification of the town. We do a lot of things in the summer, summer flowers, et cetera. In the winter, it's even tougher because the businesses it's much more difficult. And we're trying to figure out ways to help the businesses and the community and the beautification. So it strikes me that that's something that we should be doing regardless whether COTB wants them or not, and whether it's fair to kind of charge that against them. I'm not sure. I just want to put that in there. And again, so to that end, I'm going to bring up a 2026 budget when it comes around. Again, we've talked at great length about how we don't really have a tourism budget. We don't really have an ECDEV budget, and we really need to establish that, because some of these things seem to me that would fall under the auspice of town business working towards ECDEV and tourism, not just that event. The other one, for example, is banner installation, $50 an hour, 24 hours, $1,200. I know these banners go up for MIF, they go up for Scarecrow, they go up for all kinds of events. Are these groups being charged this money? Kind of, so is this a separate thing? Because I don't remember seeing that in events in the past. So once again, what comes under the auspice of event support from us or tourism and ECDEV versus direct impact on that event? So if you can kind of, those are two I had in particular. One is those winter planters, and one is the banner installation.
So through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Urick. So when staff brought these dollar figures, it's not something that has been done, I don't think, very often in this municipality. As far as taking a look at what the actual cost. So it's not necessarily that these costs would be borne by the association or the club. It's simply tracking the cost of doing the work. When we talk about municipalities, you have your core services and you have your soft services. In particular, in the soft service, I think council and the community are best served when they understand the actual cost to doing this work. It's not dissimilar to the weeds on downtown. So when we look at the cost of, for instance, the banners, it was not something that when I brought this forward to staff, it wasn't something that had typically been done, and it's not to dissuade decisions. It's just about making sure that financially council is fully understanding what the actual implication of doing these types of projects are. I think Meaford is, I don't think I last heard, about 72 events that take place in the organization or in the community. So in the 2026 budget, there will be a very defined listing of what those costs are, whether it's a small event or a large event, whether or not we're requiring pay duty officers for traffic control. All of that should be part of the business plan for every event. So when we take a look at the banner installation, yes, those will be tracked. The winter planters, I can tell you that from a staff perspective, when they were drafting this report, their understanding was the winter planters were specifically attached to Christmas on the Bay. If it's not, those can be changed. And, when we start looking at a lot of this stuff as well, having a BIA would be very helpful, because that falls right into the element of a BIA to pick up some of those costs. So I pushed hard in regards to the sandbag prep, because when it was first brought, the number seemed extremely low, and staff hadn't considered the time to deliver, pick up, get the sand, all that stuff. So I find it very helpful, not only from a staff perspective, but from a council perspective, in particular during a budget process, to be able to take a look at, like what the cost is. So ultimately, when you start looking at the resources, do we actually have the resources to cover this? The last piece I just want to identify too, when we're having these types of events, the use of volunteers, we can't do these events without the help of volunteers. There is a line, however, when volunteers just can't be used. And I've always taken the approach, learned the hard way, that some tasks can't be provided to volunteers. Removal of snow, for instance, is not something that volunteers can be given, especially if we're using equipment. So when we look at these, we're going to also look at from a health and safety perspective and a liability perspective, making sure that the tasks that are being done are done by the appropriate, whether it be staff, contractor services, or volunteers. So this is really the first report council has seen and the community has seen that sort of identifies the overall costs. And I do apologize if from a banner replacement, that was the number that we were provided, just looking at the banner replacements, but that's something I'll go back to staff to see if the $1,200 is a more realistic number. So hopefully that's helpful.
Councillor Greenfield.
Your Worship, I have a couple of questions, or a question on a couple of the items. I guess through you to Mr. Everett, the well-being grant, is that a grant that the province has given us that we're turning over, or how is that involved?
The well-being grant, my understanding through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Greenfield, is actually a grant from the municipality. It is the municipality's well-being grant that is applied to that. And just if it's okay, while I have the floor, one piece I think is important to note in the report that talks about the EMS support. One of the attachments identifies where fire department has been asked to provide support. It's not something that we can endorse. The key thing is when the tones go off, when there's a fire call, everybody goes. It's not something that we can commit firefighters to being at Christmas on the Bay. Because if the tones do go off, we would actually have to have all of our firefighters leave and therefore no longer have that EMS support that they're looking for. So that was something that I worked with Mr. Pilon on just to take a look at. And if their EMS is required, that EMS should be there dedicated to that event if it's deemed that it's necessary. Thank you.
Councillor Greenfield and then Deputy Mayor.
Thanks again, Your Worship. And okay, the total potential impact is estimated at roughly $11,800. Most costs are manageable within existing budget. Now, does that mean that the existing budgets have already written in some expenses for Christmas on the Bay? Or the other part of that question, I guess if this budget money is going to Christmas on the Bay, is it coming out? Is it not being spent in another area?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Greenfield, my understanding of the majority of this is actually within the operating budget. It's basically just identifying where the costs are coming from. They're like, for instance, waste pickups, those are over and above. So like we haven't identified those waste pickups, but it's something that would be incurred through general operations. And the majority of the other areas are staff. So that staff time is attributed to Christmas on the Bay as well. So nothing significantly outside of what we would normally have budgeted. I would say the one big one is the hall subsidy. That's $1,800. So that's not something that typically the municipality would budget for, other than it being a subsidy. And it was working with Miss Story from Meaford Hall, because it's just not the day of the event. There are a couple of days in advance and after that basically the hall's tied up with from other rentals.
If I may, are you done? Sorry, yeah. With respect to the request of firefighters, I wondered, when I read that, I realized this is probably a non-starter. What about the St. John's ambulance? Is that an option? Just throw that out to.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, there's a number of options, and that's really up to Christmas on the Bay to secure. I just wanted to address it just because that was an ask of the town. That's something that through that review we couldn't endorse.
Deputy Mayor, you're next. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And CAO Everett has answered my questions about the 26 budget and events and recognizing the value that we will see connected to those. So I just had one question, and that was in relation to the Saturday night of Christmas on the Bay, when the Santa Claus Parade will also be happening, and just kind of what the overflow would be in terms of, you spoke about EMS. So EMS will be involved in the parade, but they're also needed at Christmas on the Bay. So just how we kind of separate the financial aspects of both of those requirements, and just recognizing the number of bodies that will be needed both for the parade and at Christmas on the Bay, and just how that might work out.
Through Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor. So in regards to the actual separation, I think, there's typically, from what I'm used to doing the parades elsewhere, the fire department's usually at the very front of the parade, because if the tones go off, the fire trucks won't be in the parade at the end of the parade. So typically want to give them the straight ahead and go. So the everything parade will be able to be easily separated from the Christmas on the Bay. So I think it's critically important that those two budgets stay the same and have their own programs. Is that helpful? Okay.
Councillor Forder.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I guess question to CAO Everett. As I understand, Town of Blue Mountains has a special event policy. Should this municipality consider a broader event support policy or framework to determine what events qualify for municipal MOUs and what kind of levels of support would be appropriate? Just like to get your comments on what that would look like, if you think that's a good thing. Thank you.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Forder, I think it's a really good idea. I know I've talked to staff in regards to bringing forth a similar policy that basically outlines what the criterias are for different types of events, what resources are required, what EMS is required, what the cost of paid duty officers for OPP, the logistical meetings that are required. And probably the most important piece is when applications are provided. I'm a big proponent that, at least 90 days before an event, that application has to be brought forward. Anything after the 90 days, it won't be considered, and it would be looked to for the following year. But when you are trying to get logistics and you're trying to, in particular with paid duty officers from OPP, they're relatively hard to get now. And oftentimes road closures or any type of traffic management with OPP. I'm a firm believer that having that road management done by OPP is the best for a number of reasons. They take all care and control and quite frankly liability of the roadway. So 90 days. So having that policy in place is something that we're actively working on.
Councillor Yuri.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just gonna kind of leave it with, thank you, Sean, because you're right. This needs to be quantified so that there is kind of a dollars and cents kind of clarification on the impact. I just want to also just really point out the intrinsic values that supersede the dollars and cents. And whether it's COTB or whether it's Rotary or whether it's Scarecrow, these events, to your point, 72 events, they're not all of magnitude, but they all contribute to the fabric of our community. So once again, come budget 2026, I will definitely be pushing for more of a tourism and dev budget, because these things have a bigger impact than people realize than just financial. And what is our responsibility? And I know our responsibility is infrastructure and mechanics and management, but we do have kind of an obligation to kind of assist the businesses and the community as a whole as well. And I think this falls under that auspice. One of the things that wasn't really mentioned in here, we all know Mary Solomon, Rotary Volunteer of the Year, and what she has done through that organization with DEI is off the charts. I mean, to the point, this event was kind of born not of European design first, but also of Kitchener, who does a very large one. They partner with the community. This happened. Our manual of 182 pages, or that manual, ended up going to Guelph, who now does one as well. And they literally lived off the back of what this did. And I think staff would be well to look at those two urban centers as well. And I realize they're larger, but looking at them as examples of how they partner with the organizations for the betterment of the community as a whole, I think would be a valuable exercise as well, because they really do participate in it. And because they see the value in it. So I just want to kind of make sure that we're looking at, yes, dollars and cents, but beyond that as well. So thank you.
Okay, are we ready to vote on this? All in favor? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Next recommendation is that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve one, transfer of $29,031 from the Bridge Reserve Fund to pay for a portion of the work on the structures. Two, approve the award of tender for structure Bridge 069 and Bridge 133, replacement to Cox Construction Limited for $1,169,931.35, including the municipality's non-refundable allocation of HST. And number three, authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into the necessary agreement. A mover and a seconder, Councillor Bell and Councillor Bartley. Discussion on this item? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if there are penalty clauses built into these contracts if the work is not completed by October 31st.
For you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the contracts do have penalties for every day it misses the mark.
I don't see any questions. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Worship. Through you to Mr. Freeze. Jeff, I think it says in the report that well, currently neither of these bridges have had guide rails on them, and the new ones will not. Is that up to up to standards? Is that up to requirements?
For you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Harley Greenfield. That's correct. The one on the 7th line is being reconstructed fully and providing the 3-meter clearance so it doesn't require the roadside safety devices. The one on 8 Side Road will have roadside safety devices on it.
Don't see any more questions. Are you ready to vote? All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. The next recommendation, that Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve the use of single sourcing to retain the services of Ravanna Consulting on an 18-month contract to lead the municipality's engagement with TC Energy on the proposed TC Energy pump storage project. Mover and a seconder for this, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bartley. Any discussion? Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Your Worship. Through you to our CAO. I'm wondering about the association, the relationship that this individual will have with the Pump Story Advisory Committee. First of all, is there any, or to what depth, to what extent would this person have association with the committee?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Greenfield, this position will essentially be the lead staff with the advisory committee. What the goal is for more staff reports being provided to the advisory committee, where there's questions being brought forward from the advisory committee to staff. This individual would be the lead in taking those questions and bringing reports forward, and essentially being the liaison between the municipality and TC Energy, but being a very key component to the advisory committee as well.
Supplementary?
Thanks, Sean, for that. The advisory committee just, in my estimation, just recently, we had a real good start. Good suggestions coming forward, both concerning potential benefits and potential negatives, and that it started off well. But I'll ask the deputy mayor to get in on this if she wishes. It seems to me maybe the last couple of meetings, things have slowed down considerably. And I'm really hoping that somehow the ability is there, the potential is there, the knowledge is there. If we can get the wheels turning faster and more progressively, I think we need someone to maybe steer us towards a potential end product from this committee, and it would mean to me kind of bundling the suggestions, the pros and cons, and preparing some kind of a report that could come to council and could come to a residence. And is there a chance that perhaps this person could kind of spearhead this regrouping?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Greenfield. So what we will be bringing forward on Thursday of this week to the advisory committee is a revised terms of reference, which I believe will get us into a position that gets more productivity, and more very clear scope of what the advisory committee's work is to do. And it also calls for the ability for TC Energy to have on the agenda standing item to be able to have TC Energy come to those meetings, provide updates. So I do believe that Ms. Wingrove is highly capable of assisting that committee and being a pretty high functioning group. And I would agree that group is made up of some really, really good individuals, and using that group to our benefit is definitely a necessity.
Councillor Urick and then Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was going to piggyback on that. Thank you, Harley. Because the line says a key aspect will be to provide proactive communication, status updates to the PSAC and council, and that's great. We've had a lot of conversations recently about literally the frequency of that, and it doesn't really say in here how often that's going to happen. And I think that's something we should probably, to Councilor Greenfield's point, really be laying out. Are we going to get monthly reports on this? Because we do want to accelerate some kind of conversation here. And unfortunately, PSAC only meets, less often. So I hope that's kind of in that planning as well, that'll be regular reporting to council.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Urick, yes, having reports both to the advisory committee and where necessary to committee of the whole. I'm a big proponent that council and committee of the whole needs to have regular information provided for the benefit of the community as well.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just wanted to say, first of all, that I'm really pleased with this report and we'll welcome, hopefully Ms. Wingrove is listening and we certainly welcome her into the fold. Just following up from Councillor Greenfield's comments in relation to PSAC, my hope is that we'll see a focus going forward in with concentrating on reaching a community benefit agreement, and then PSAC can play a role in working towards that very important document. And I feel up until now we've really had a lot of education. I think we've had a lot of really important and interesting speakers come to the committee, but I think through the new terms of reference and as our CAO has said, that we'll start to see reports now coming to PSAC, which we've never seen before. So that will really give us something to chew on, so to speak. And I think with under the direction of Kim Wingrove through Ravanna Consulting, that we're really going to see PSAC becoming really successful, really revered and respected in the community. And I think they will bring recommendations to council that we can really be proud of. So I'm, again, just really excited to see this report and look forward to Ms. Wingrove starting in her role with the municipality of Meaford.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So this is pretty typical of what transpires, and it's in a good way. Sometimes folks say, you know, what are staff engaged working on? What do you as a counselor, what do you think they're working on? And so this case here with the background information that we're backfilling a spot that's become vacant. So staff have went to work and they have engaged with single sourcing, and they have also went to work and they've engaged with TC Energy. And so when I read this report, that was the first time I knew of that work, that background energy that had been put forward. So it's an 18-month contract, and because it's in our, we can mention the money that is being talked about, a couple $100,000 plus. TC Energy, with the work of staff and those that have been involved, they've agreed to pay that. So the taxpayer is not on the hook for any of this money. We've got a very professional individual going to help us in doing this. So as far as raising my hand today, we need to have a person do that. And for the other comments of my fellow councillors, I hope that this becomes extremely positive, that we really move forward and that we can have somebody who can really get a hold of this and pull it all together. What I like about the single source person, it's in the report, because of their background, they are aware of things at Grey County level. They are aware of things which have transpired. They're not entering into this from ground zero. They at least have a pretty solid footing. So I can go with the single sourcing, and I'm glad to see that there was some good work in the background with our staff trying to pull this together for our consideration today. Thanks.
Are you ready to vote? All in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Next recommendation, be it resolved that bylaw 2025-38, being a bylaw to appoint a fire chief for the municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover and a seconder, Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Bell. Thank you very much. I don't imagine there's, go ahead.
Yes, Mayor, you can't just say nothing. Having said that, I'm extremely pleased who we chose. Could I ask how many applications come in for this job and how many interviews was taken?
Through Mr. Mayor, I don't know if I can be specific in the number of interviews, but I believe we had 18 applications received. Yes, I would say 4. 4 candidates.
Excellent. Councillor Bell, you,
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, we've chosen wisely here, and I wish our new chief all the best in the future and all the work in the background. I wish you very well, and we look forward to your very first budget in not too distant future. And anyway, I know you'll do a very fine job for us throughout the municipality. Thank you.
we're all ready to vote? Yes. I think you need to see hands. Unanimous. Thank you. Congratulations. The next item is a recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2025-39, being a bylaw to appoint a deputy treasurer, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover and a seconder for this, Councillor Bell and Councillor Forder. Any discussion? Councillor Greenfield?
It's a question, Your Worship, and I think I know the answer to this. Kathy, of course, was with our municipality for many years in the Treasury Department. I understand she is no longer living in the area. So will this be a total work from home assignment?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Greenfield, no, in discussions with Kathy, she will be here in the area. So it will not be a working remotely position.
Don't see any further questions. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Again, it's unanimous. Thank you. The next item, recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2025-40, being a bylaw to appoint a building inspector for the municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Mover and a seconder for that, Deputy Mayor and Councillor Bartley. Any discussion? Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Mayor Kenner. Just a question. Why are we backdating his hire date to May 8th, 2023? If that's when he was hired, why wouldn't he be hired as a building inspector at that time?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bartley. So this is a housekeeping item, just bringing forward the actual bylaw to enact to appoint him as a building inspector. He has been here for the entirety of that time.
I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? Again, that's unanimous. Next one, be it resolved that bylaw 2025-41, being a bylaw to appoint a seasonal municipal law enforcement officer for the municipality of Meaford, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. Motion to pass, Councillor Uhrig, and a seconder, Councillor Bell. Thank you. Any discussion, Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we've had this through our budget discussion that this is available, and this is just simply filling this position that we talked about in full.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bell, yes, completely within budget and just filling the position.
Okay. Ready to vote? All in favor? And that is again unanimous. I think I'm just going to let people know that we have a closed session, and because the party we're going to be speaking to is remote, this is scheduled at 3:40 this afternoon. So I think we could probably deal with what we have in committee of the whole beforehand, or do you wish to?
Mr. Mayor, just we do require a bit of time to switch over. So if we could go into the closed session now,
Okay.
and then do committee of the whole afterwards, that would probably be most beneficial.
Okay, so then we will be temporarily adjourning and coming back following our closed meeting. And if any of those who are watching stand by, we will be back in sorry,
Sorry, my apologies, Mayor Kentner. I think it would be best to have the motion to go into the closed session at this time.
okay.
And then we'll take a short recess to set up the
Okay.
closed, and then return to the open session with reporting out and continuing the agenda.
Yes, we do have lots to do after the closed session, so. So the recommendation, be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford does now go into a closed session at 3:40 PM with the CAO, Director of HR and Community Services, Acting Clerk in attendance, and the Municipal Solicitor participating virtually to discuss the receiving of advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, open meeting exception F of Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, specifically regarding a legal file.
My apologies for interrupting again before a mover and a seconder, but we will amend the motion if that's all right, because the Director of Human Resources is unavailable today.
I see that. Okay, so we just the Director of HR and Community Services will not be participating in this meeting, and I will certainly report out following the meeting. So at this point, I need a mover and a seconder. So Councillor Greenfield, Councillor Urick, all in favor? And that is carried, and we'll see you on the other side. Good afternoon again. Reporting out from our closed session with the CAO and acting clerk in attendance, along with the municipal solicitor who participated virtually. To receive advice subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, being open meeting exemption F of Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, specifically regarding a legal file, and direction was given to staff on next steps on the file. With that, we are ready to move into Committee of the Whole. I need a mover and a seconder. Thank you very much, Councillor Uhrig and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. We're doing that at precisely 4:29 p.m. First recommendation, that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford, 1, approve a grant in the amount of $5,198 at 90 Syke Street North in accordance with the Community Improvement Plan, and 2, authorize the Treasurer to transfer $5,198 from the Community Improvement Plan Reserve to fund this award. A mover and seconder, Councillor Forder and Councillor Greenfield. Discussion on this? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'm very happy to see this request. I think this signage will make a big difference for this particular shop. My question is, a number of our storefronts have added a perpendicular sign, and we really like those. I know back in the day when the BIA was active and when I was part of the chamber, and perhaps when you were there as well, Councillor Uhrig, that there was really a desire to encourage those perpendicular signs, and several of the businesses on that street already have one. So I'm just wondering, is there a way through this process with the CIP to encourage the owner of La Pooch to also add a perpendicular sign?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and to Deputy Mayor Keaveney. The addition of a perpendicular would require a sign variance, I would believe, because each business would only be permitted to have the one sign. So if that is something that you saw, from a consistency perspective, council could always consider the sign bylaw, a revision to the sign bylaw, but the opportunity also to consider a variance is available.
I'm sorry, I'm just not totally following, Sean. So if we look at the kitchen or Value Buds, neighbors of this particular business who have both a sign similar to what is being proposed here as well as a perpendicular. So I just missed your point there. So we would need a variance then through the signage bylaw for her to have both?
My understanding, and I can follow up with bylaw, but each business is only permitted to have one sign. So if we're adding, like if they're having two signs, there would be a variance required.
Okay, and if as a municipality, we like the look of that. It kind of feeds into the whole heritage atmosphere that, that we're encouraging in our downtown. So it's not that we can require them, but if there's a way that we can encourage, and I'm just wondering if there's any opportunity to provide feedback to this individual business that, we support this for sure, but we would also, be really pleased if she'd consider adding that second sign.
Through Mr. Mayor, to the Deputy Mayor, it's something that we can work with bylaw just to look at how we could have that discussion and making sure that it wasn't in conflict with the bylaw. And if it is, we could always come back to council and say, this is something that we hear that you're looking for. Maybe a potential revision, or with review, it might be something that we can do and make that suggestion. So more than happy to work with the owner. Yep.
Okay, are we ready to vote on this? All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Unanimously. The next one, the Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford enact a bylaw to amend the municipality's zoning bylaw by removing the H4 provision from a portion of the lands known municipally as 397585 10th concession. A mover and a seconder for this. Councillor Forder and Councillor Bartley, thank you. Discussion on this particular piece. I think we all know what's involved here and agree with it. All in favor? Again, that is carried unanimously. The next item, that Committee of the Whole recommend Council of the Municipality of Meaford approve one, authorize the treasurer to transfer $7,380 from the Bridge Reserve Fund and $10,000 from the Road Reserve Fund to fund the 2025 costs for the engineering component of structure rehabilitation of bridges 35 and 46. Two, approve the award of proposal RFPTS 2024-08, provision of engineering services for structure rehabilitation of bridges 35 and 46 to Pearson Engineering Limited for $301,219.78, including provisional items and the municipality's non-refundable allocation of HST. And three, authorize the mayor and clerk to enter into the necessary agreement. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Bartley and Deputy Mayor Keaveney, thank you. Discussion of this motion. Councillor Forder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Quick question. Just curious why 4 of the 6 RFP submissions did not qualify.
Are you going to handle that, Jeff? Thanks.
Through your worship, during the scoring of the proposals, they didn't meet the mark to open the packages up, essentially.
Councillor Greenfield.
Your worship. It looks like Pearson Engineering Limited and Proponent 2 were quite close with their scores. I'm not familiar with Pearson Engineering. It seems to be a new name for me. I'm just wondering about Proponent 2. Are they veterans of doing business with us, or are they new kids on the block too?
Through your worship, neither one of them. We have worked with a Proponent 2. We haven't completed a project with them yet. We're in the engineering phase right now with them. Pearson's, we haven't completed any works with yet, but the proposal was very well written, and their scope of work in these projects are very well rehearsed. So I think it will be a great outlook going forward.
Any other questions? Then I'll call the vote. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. And finally, we have a recommendation that Committee of the Whole receive report Operations 2025-07 speed signage in Bogner for information purposes. A mover and seconder. Councillor Forder and not seeing a seconder. Sorry. Okay. Councillor Bell. Thank you. Some discussion on this. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Why is the recommendation to just take the signs that are there and just move them? You know what it says to move the signs? I mean, remove them from Miller Street. We're not buying new signs. We're just going to move them. Is that because the community is aware of it now and they're more accustomed? I just didn't understand if we're going to do this, why we wouldn't be putting new signs in Wagner.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was under the impression we were buying new signs and having the county install them. Sorry,
I think we were all under that impression. Yeah. Yeah. And not only that, the cost of moving them seemed to be roughly equivalent to the cost of a new sign. So it didn't make a lot of sense to Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and you're absolutely right. And those signs are definitely needed on Miller Street with the condition of the hill that we talked about earlier today. So in looking at this, and first of all, I'm pleased to see the report today and recognize the need for these signs in Bogner. And we've spoken before, there have been 2 really serious accidents involving children at the location where the residents would like to see these signs installed. So hopefully with some language that I appreciate Margaret has provided me with, we can come to an agreement on a motion. And the suggested wording is that council agree to direct staff to purchase new speed signage to be installed in Bogner in 2025, and that we authorize the treasurer to transfer up to $6,500 from the roads reserve to fund this new project. So that would mean we can leave all the existing signs on Ridge Road and Miller Street and wherever else they are, and purchase new signs to go out in Bogner. So that is the motion that I would put on the floor.
Is there a seconder for that? I see Jeff wants to respond to this, but I believe let's get it on the floor then. Councillor Yuri seconds it. So Jeff, do you have something there?
Yes, just through your worship. I think there's just a typo in the financial impact. The dollars that were presented there were for replacement of signs. I think we were just identifying the amount that coming from the Miller Street signs, and then that money would go to purchasing new signs for Bogner. I think it's just a typo, and it should just read that we had purchased the Miller Street signs, and that was the quote that was given for the price for the signs that we could, that's what we'd be looking forward to for pricing.
Councillor Forde.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, 2 questions. One, is there any cost sharing opportunity with the county on this? And secondly, does Meaford need to develop a speed signage policy for traffic calming, just in case we get more requests for this? Do we have a policy in place to evaluate these types of requests? Just curious to know, please. Thank you.
Through your worship, as far as the county partnership, they won't work any money forward. Any of the signs that are up are fundraised by organizations. So we would have to be footing the bill for this. They would do the install and everything, but we would have to put money towards maintenance and all that. Right now, we don't have a traffic calming policy that would require us or put triggers in where we look at putting these kind of speed radar signs up, but we could definitely move forward with implementing something in there.
We do have a master transportation plan. Does it not inform us at all on this?
It'll have identifying triggers within that transportation master plan, but we haven't brought forth anything for a policy in it.
CAO Everett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in regards to a policy, I think a policy is always good to be able to provide the guidance. I'd say it's more so the procedure of when either members of the public bring forward concerns, having some temporary signage that we can put out relatively quickly to determine whether or not there is whether or not there is a concern with speed. I think you can use temporary signs a little bit more effectively, and also we do have the ability of engaging with our OPP to be able to put their signs out on the road as well. They use the Black Cat sign technology. So I would say the biggest thing with a procedure, and this is something that we can discuss during the 2026 budget, it's one thing to actually have the equipment out on the field. It's the resources that are required to actually do something with the data. That's something that you really have to be able to present the business case, because I've seen municipalities very close to us that have invested heavily into the traffic data equipment, but they haven't actually got the resources to do any generation of the data, which is probably more frustrating than actually not having the equipment on the road. So I think the procedure is something that we can bring forward, and the costing in the budget. The key thing is being able to get the equipment out there relatively quickly. Like Bogner has been on the books for quite some time, so I think that was the rationale of just putting permanent out there. But when we hear of the others being able to get something out there quickly and get a snapshot of time to determine whether or not there is speed is something that we can definitely create that policy and procedure for.
Are we ready to vote on this? All in favor? Thank you, and that's carried unanimously again. Updates from members appointed to county council, committees, and local boards. I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Mayor Keaveney for a report on county council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. County Council last met on June the 26th. It was a relatively short agenda as we had a closed session scheduled for the purpose of education and training on code of conduct matters. So we had a quite a lengthy session there in closed. During Good News and Celebrations, our Director of Housing, Anne Marie Shaw, and her team shared the great success of the first year of the short-term shelter program. County Council had supported the purchase of the Diamond Motel located at 713 9th Avenue East in Owen Sound last year. Since then, 480 individuals or 176 families have been provided nights of shelter. Owning this motel has dropped the cost of sheltering individuals in half. As prior to this, they would book rooms in various motels around the area. So now that we have our own, it's working out really well. The Business Enterprise Center shared the great news that at the recent Hawk's Nest, which is similar to our own Dragon's Den event held in Hanover on June 18th, that Meaford's own Wyatt Guerin took home the big prize plus the Audience Choice Award for his Defy the Odds basketball business, which provides research-based basketball training with a holistic approach focused on developing both the player's skills and the person. Wyatt is a young 18-year-old student of St. Mary's in Owen Sound. I guess he'll be graduated by now. And if anybody's interested, you can learn more by calling 905-420-7166 or email defytheoddsbasketball@gmail.com. 2 sets of minutes were discussed during Committee of the Whole. The first was the Community Services Committee minutes, which the mayor sits on. After speaking to the short-term housing program, Director Shaw shared that funding of $300,000 had been received to replace 500 refrigerators, and 63 of those came to Victoria Village here in Meaford. Heat pumps at Victoria Village were also installed at a value of $500,000, and these will bring considerable energy savings. The current wait list for housing in the county is 2,157 people, 70% of which are actual residents of Grey County. 1,337 people are receiving Ontario Works benefits. This is for 2024, and that's a 4.7 increase over 2023. There are 27 providers of daycare in the county providing 1,394 subsidized spaces. That's great, but it's not nearly enough to meet the demand. Funds have also been received from the province to assist with first and last month's rent to help 211 people. A psychiatrist has been engaged to assist staff in determining if someone should receive Ontario Work Support or ODSP, and they were really pleased about that. The Agricultural Advisory Committee minutes were also discussed. The Experimental Acres program has seen 2 Meaford farmers recognized, and this is a great program that provides $3,000 of financial support to each recipient. Joshua Bai is exploring alternate grazing sources that can support cattle in the hot, dry summer months over 15 acres of land. And Dr. Christina Allen is creating apple gilts, which are considered a more disease-resistant, higher yield production method over a half of acre of her property. The other recipients are from West Gray, Southgate, and Chatsworth. Committee member Gail Ardell shared that in TBM, they have been successful in convincing the provincial government to reduce the taxation on ciders to the same amount as craft beers. So from 60.6% to 32%. Originally, ciders were taxed the same as wines, and this is a huge win for the cider industry. And I know our CAO will have been engaged in this, but it's a big win. And I know that folks in TBM and their agricultural committee have been working on it for a very long time, and that was really well received. And that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Any other boards or committees? I'm going to go to Councillor Urick.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Grey Bruce OPP Detachment Board met on June 24th. There was an interesting report on public order maintenance requirements, or POUs, for our region. These are specialized teams within the OPP that are trained and equipped to manage large gathering, protests, and other situations where public order may be a concern. The best example of this type of exercise is the Freedom Convoy in Ottawa. Detachment Commander Barfoot advised that our regional OPP force has trained officers and a local liaison member. Regional officers' issues are dealt with by a local geographical response with provincial support available as required. Secondly, the board was made aware that due to court congestion and case backlogs, there were a large number of Provincial Offences Act charges that were withdrawn in our region in 2024. This means many accused offenders were released without consequence. This was a waste of countless officer hours spent pursuing these individuals and a blemish on the legal system in general. While claims have been made that additional individuals have been hired to ensure this does not happen again moving forward, the board resolved to formally express its deep concern and displeasure at the unexplained and substantial withdrawal of POA charges in our region and the negative impact this action has on community safety, public trust, and municipal cost recovery. It further resolved that the board endorse AMO's and AMCTO's call for a third-party review of the Provincial Offences Act system and support efforts to modernize POA legislation to better reflect current enforcement and judicial needs. This motion will be shared with all municipalities and OPP boards. Finally, the Grey Bruce OPP conducted a 4-day joint commercial motor vehicle inspection blitz in June, and this collaborative enforcement initiative focused on identifying unsafe vehicles, unfit drivers, and non-compliance with commercial vehicle regulations. A total of 96 vehicle inspections were completed across the region. The results were significant. 80 charges laid against under the Highway Traffic Act, 46 vehicles taken out of service, and 55 warnings issued for minor infractions. Due to the very high number of infractions, the OPP and the board agreed that additional inspections are recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other committees?
If I may, I don't have a committee report, but I do have a couple of questions about a county council meeting on June 12th. Can I go ahead?
Go right ahead.
The one, it's 138 of 167 on my screen anyway, talks about the Crawford subdivision. Now, on Saturday morning, my good wife and I happened to be out for a drive, and we came to the hamlet of Crawford, and there was this area, huge area, that had been scraped. Not too much excavation going on, but it's, and I read there's going to be a subdivision there, 34 residential lots, a new public road, stormwater management lot. I guess what I'm getting at is this is an area where there's no municipal water, I wouldn't think, and no municipal sewer. It's 30, I imagine these are 2-acre lots. Like this is, if this is happening in West Gray, I guess theoretically it could happen in our municipality too. And it's if anyone wants to take a drive and go out to Crawford, and take a look at this site, it's amazing. I thought it was gonna be an airport. Anyway, I just thought maybe I'd make note of that. The only other thing is the next item on the June 12th, talks about a contract for, given for 2 tandem trucks, and our municipality knows that we're looking for a new tandem next year. 2 trucks, $940,000. That's $470,000 each. I think we had something like 300,000 in the budget, so we may get a bit of a shock when it gets to when we get into the budget. Anyway, okay, thank you, Your Worship. I just had to comment about this Crawford subdivision. It's unbelievable. I just couldn't believe it.
So, Councillor Bartley, I believe you attended in my stead that day.
I did, and basically, I also attended a meeting at Roma in the spring, and the whole meeting was on communal septic systems, communal wells. The province is pushing it big time exactly for this sort of thing. They may have 2 wells to supply all 34 houses and probably 2 septic systems. Up to 15 houses on a septic system is what they're pushing exactly for this. And yes, they want it everywhere. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
I was just going to quickly add, Mr. Mayor, if we talk about the price of tandem trucks, it reminds me about the price of ambulances, which has increased 67%. So I think, yeah, whether you want to blame the tariffs or steel and aluminum, or it's all having an impact.
Okay, I am ready for a motion to move out of committee of the whole. Moved by Councillor Greenfield, seconded by Councillor Forder. All in favor? And we've done that at 4:55 p.m. And now I am going to ask if there are any notices of motion. I have forgotten to do that on a few occasions. So is anyone giving notice of a motion? Doesn't appear so. So we do have a motion today, and I'm going to ask Councillor Urick, it's your motion. If you'll read it and get a seconder, we can discuss it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, whereas Docs on Ice is an annual charitable hockey tournament that brings together physicians from across Ontario, raising significant funds for local health-related charities and causes in each host community. And whereas the Docs on Ice event is scheduled to be held in the Georgian Bay area April 10th to 11th of 2026. And whereas the tournament promotes community engagement, volunteerism, and partnerships between health professionals, local organizations, and residents. And whereas the event offers a unique opportunity to showcase Meaford's facilities, amenities, and community spirit. Whereas previous host communities have reported positive long-term impacts, including strengthened relationships between the medical community and local services. And finally, whereas the presentation received by Council on June 23rd, 2025, noted the request to include the Meaford and St. Vincent Community Center as a venue in 2026. Therefore, be it resolved that the Council and Municipality of Meaford direct staff to prepare a report on the anticipated costs and logistics to host the Docs on Ice event in 2026 for Council's consideration for pre-budget approval.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bartley, I think, had his hand up first. That's great. Discussion on this motion from Councillor Urick. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I really appreciate Councillor Urick bringing this forward because I think it's a great opportunity for us here in Meaford to potentially engage with some doctors. So we'll have our recruiting hats on for sure. I did want to make a suggestion, though, and again, I thank Margaret, to replace the last paragraph, the therefore paragraph, with some language that might just save staff a little bit of work. I'm thinking rather than having them prepare a report, we could just take action here today. So the suggestion is, therefore, be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford One, pre-approve the inclusion of $16,000 in the operating portion of the 2026 budget to cover the anticipated cost to host the Docks on Ice event in 2026. And secondly, that we direct staff to confirm the municipality of Meaford's 2026 intent to participate with the Docks on Ice event to the organizers. So I would move that we make that amendment.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Bell, thank you very much. Have you got that all right? Great. Thank you. Then discussion on this. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Kentner. I believe we should do this and do this right. I think we should all be there, hats on, and this is the time to shine for these docks. I don't want to put it into the 2026 budget. I want to take it out of the $1.9 million in extra investment income that we have and get it done now. Thank you.
So is that an amendment to the amendment?
It's up to council. We're shoving stuff into the 26 budget already. I know there's trucks coming. It's going to be tough. We have money, more money than what we anticipated in investment income. I think it should, that's only my opinion. I amend that it come out of that and get it done and over with.
So, I'm confused. Do I need a seconder for this motion to amend the existing motion? Okay, who is going to second that? Councillor Forder, excellent. To have some discussion on that. I think, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bartley. I have no issue with that. I'm sure staff have some thoughts about those dollars, but in my mind, I see them going towards Bayshore Road, but taking $16,000 out of that amount is probably not going to make a lot of difference, but that's my thought anyways, that we use the bulk of it to continue with the project on Bayshore Road, but I'm fine with pulling the 16,000 from that pot.
And I would like to hear staff's comments. If they think it's a bad idea, we'll go with the original motion.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bartley. Probably wouldn't mind the flexibility of just being able to look at all options to fund it through the 2026 budget, whether it be the surplus or whether it be, cost savings from somewhere else as well. I think just having that flexibility rather than dictating that might be beneficial. Thank you.
I truly want to follow staff's recommendation. I will withdraw my motion.
Okay. Where the cookie crumbles. I think then we have to vote on the Deputy Mayor's motion amendment. All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Yes. So. Yeah. So this, we have voted, haven't we, on your amendment?
We vote on the amendment, now we have to vote on the whole motion.
Okay, on the whole motion. When you get too many amendments, why? All in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay, we have a recommendation that the Council of Municipality hereby adopt the minutes of the council meetings held on June the 16th, 2025 and June 23rd, 2025, as well as the closed meeting held on June 23rd, 2025. A mover and seconder, Councillor Bartley and Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Mayor Ken. I have a comment. If you will indulge me, I'll make it as quick as I can. I wasn't here on the 23rd and I do apologize. I was a little busy. But I noticed I watched the proceedings and there was a question brought forward about our investment income, how it compared to the other municipalities in the county. And with your indulgence, I'll give you a real quick report. We do not have 24 figures. 24 figures are derived from financial information returns from the government. Nobody has them in yet. So I'm going off 23 numbers and 22 are much the same. So we're following the same process. Out of the 9 municipalities, most of them, we made, this is 23 numbers. We made 2.87% on our investments. We made 5 in 24, but most other ones are around the same, 2.8, 2.4, 3.6, 4, 2.7. There was only one that made under 1%. They're not following. They're being very conservative in their investments. Actually, 2 of them are conservative. The rest are following what our financial people are doing, and I'm very proud of them. I think they're doing a great job. One more number to really look at. It's an old rule of thumb, but I think it's still viable that each municipality in reserve should have 1 year of operating money, at least 1 year. In 23, we have 188% in reserves to operate. So we're well above the 1%. Most of them are 1.48, 2.4, 1.9, 1.85. There was only one below 1%, but they were close. So I think we are doing a fantastic job. Our financial people are doing a great job, and we are in a great position as far as reserves go, and we're about average with the rest of the county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we appreciate this, your thumb on that button. It's very, very helpful. Anything on the communications report? Anyone wishes to raise? I'm sure everybody read with great interest the OPP Detachment Annual Report. Very interesting material. Anything from the correspondence list? If we are, let's go ahead.
I do apologize, Margaret. Do we have to vote on accepting the minutes yet? I broke in before we voted.
My apologies. I was listening to the narrative about the financial investment income, and I believe that's correct. Thank you for returning us. We didn't take a final vote. We do have a mayor and a second, a mover and a seconder, but we haven't formally adopted the minutes of
Then
those
let us
meetings.
vote now to adopt the minutes of June 16th and June 23rd. And that is unanimous. Thank you. So I would say that anything on correspondence, just last call, then I'm going to declare this meeting adjourned at 5:05.